Alrighty, gonna try this again. So like a week or so ago, I recorded a debugging session and posted that and got positive feedback, and it was enjoyable for me. So I'm gonna try and do the same today with the development session. So specifically, there's an app that I want to build, and I think I can build an MVP of it in one go. Like in one sitting, more or less. We'll see. Um, yeah. So so as far as what I like with these recordings, it's mostly just going to be whatever I need to be working on at any particular time. Like you're welcome to ask for me to record any particular thing, but in practice, it's going to be whatever I need to be working on. And right now, my focus is primarily on um, reducing memory pressure and reducing network pressure on infrastructure ships particularly, but also regular ships. Um, and so obviously we've made great strides in that with Ford Fusion and with improvements to how it runs on Linux uh, and reducing memory usage of the compiler and memory compaction algorithm. Um, we've got it to the point where we're mostly not anymore blocked on that sort of scaling. Although we were blocked on that for quite a while, as you can tell by basically the fact that engagement and just like general usage of Urbit has gone up a lot in the last few weeks. Um, if you had asked us, a few weeks ago whether scaling was our problem versus like UI and whatever, and it's like obviously all UI and stuff's still a problem in some respects, but it turns out that scaling was limiting reagent there, and just empirically based on the fact that now usage is a lot higher, and that's the only thing that changed. And so that's good that we've made a lot of progress. It would be nice to be able to push, a bit beyond the point where it's not like actually holding us back, and get to the point where we have a little bit of breathing room. Um, but one area uh, where we're still restricted by scaling concerns is basically the question of how to uh, like when we're sending OTAs, if we're sending OTAs of Hoon code, it's not that big. None of our files are all that big, um, and those are able to be diffed. Um, Although in general, we don't do that as much as we used to. That's something I mean to look into at another time. Um, but one issue that is important right now is basically that now that our JavaScript's all in the same place, it gets compiled and minified into a 10 megabyte file, which is rather large, but like also shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? It's not like, I mean, it's just a static blob of JavaScript. Um, but the issue is that if we put that, so there's two parts of it. The most important part is that if we put it in Clay, then every time we modify it, we add 10 megabytes to how much we're using with Clay, because it's this sort of binary format. I mean, it's a minified JavaScript, but there isn't an obvious way to create diffs on that, and so you end up with adding 10 megabytes every time you change JavaScript, which means that if you do that, if you change JavaScript 200 times, you're at 2 gigabytes, which is the size limit of our loom, and then every ship on the network, is just done. And so there's lots of different solutions to that, all of which should be implemented. Um, Clay should be able to forget about old data, um, and degrade anything that like gracefully degrade anything that needs that data. Um, so, for example, you should be able to tombstone a commit and say, okay, this commit existed and this is who its parents were, but none of the data is here. And if you try to read that commit, it just crashes or gives some failure. And if you try to merge um, two branches where their merge base is a tombstone commit, then you need to handle that situation probably by just saying, okay, well, let me go back in time until I get to the first uh, the first parent, which is like the first ancestor or a first ancestor of that commit, which has not been tombstoned. And so there's details to work out there, but it should be doable. Um, but that would take some time. There's various other solutions that could be attempted. A second issue is that sending large data over AIMS is problematic in some cases. In particular, if the other side doesn't stay online long enough to get it all and doesn't, like breach or something afterwards. Because when we send a message, we expect it to get there. And so if they stop listening, if they just go offline and never come back, then you have to be ready to keep sending it to them forever. And so this is a space leak. And in particular, we see this a lot nowadays when we put this data in Clay, because a new OTA is, well, it's something like 120, 130 megabytes right now. And so when you send a message to someone, and so when someone subscribes to OTAs who hasn't subscribed before, at least to this ship, then we need to send that whole 120 megs. After that, we can send the updates. But we start out with that 120 megs. And so if they download it all, great. We can then free that from our AIMS buffers. But if not, then we have to keep that in our AIMS buffers, and that's a lot of data. And worse, if you do this and then you push out another update, and then a new person joins, we had 130 megabytes sent to it was in the buffers being sent to the first person, and then we have 130 1 megabytes, maybe it's a whole megabyte of updates, which is a lot, but we'll say it's 131 megabytes of updates to the new person. um, but that doesn't get shared because we store it as a jammed noun, I guess, already serialized. And so you end up with a total of 261 megabytes of data, and you don't have to do this very many times before you just run out of memory. And this is basically why we had to breach Marnus recently, Marzad a few weeks ago, Binzad at some point. Um, and so that's obviously really problematic. A lot of solutions to that. Um, One obvious one that I think is important is that we shouldn't send a bunch of data to someone who gets on the network that they like. I'm gonna put this basically, we shouldn't send a bunch of data to someone who already has the data. And so if a if you ask someone for a bunch for the latest commit, what they should do is say, okay, here's my latest commit, or maybe all the commits since a certain commit. Um, Here's all those commits as hashes and as parentage and as uh, hashes of the underlying data. And then if you don't have some of that data, you need to ask me for that. Um, and so this way, there's a little bit of back and forth where we say, okay, here's the update. Let me know if you need any data. You say, yes, I need this blob, this blob, this blob, but you know which data you have, and so you don't have to ask for something you already have. Um, this would help a lot, in part because you just reduce the amount of data that you're sending. Um, but also it means that if you are sending an update to someone who has stopped listening, you don't queue up this giant update to them. You just queue up here's a few hashes. That's, a couple of packets at most. Um, and it's honestly not that bad to try to send a couple of packets to someone forever. It's just not that big of a leak. And then if they ever do get on, then you can start having a bit of back and forth. Um, that's a reasonable option, but again, it is not something that can be done in one sitting. So I'll stop talking about other options that we could do. And what we've come up with as an interim solution that should be pretty clean is basically don't store large binary-like files, or by binary I basically just means non-diffable files in Clay. Um, Instead, store them in an app because an app can free space by just removing it from its state. Um, yeah, that's basically that's the idea. That'll sidestep most of our issues. Um, there's a few questions that come to mind, like how do you upgrade these blobs, and how do you keep those in sync with what's on your desk? Because you generally will want to do that. If these are large JavaScript files or images or whatever, you want that to be in sync with what's on your desk with the backend. And so uh, the right, so that's one question, and then a second question is where do you download this data from? You could download this data from other ships, from your sponsor probably. That's reasonable and doable. Should be done at some point probably, but I think it is simpler to triage that for the moment, and get something that works simple and reliable, which is going to be to just download it from essentially a CDN. We'll probably just put it on bootstrap.urbit.org for now. Same place that pills come from, same place that binaries come from. Um, and then we'll just ship in Clay a hash of that data. And you'll just look up, bootstrap.urbit.org/hash.glob or whatever. And then you'll download that, and you can verify the hash, and then that becomes and then that's the data that you use. You just serve that. One question is whether you want to use a hash or a version number. The the argument for a version number is it makes it easier to update this without having to send an update to people, um, which is sort of good but also sort of bad. It's also But the advantage of doing a hash is that a hash, receiving a hash from your sponsor is essentially the same as your sponsors signing the JavaScript itself. And so if bootstrap.org were to be compromised, or if it was man in the middle attack or something of that nature, um, you wouldn't, if they tried to substitute a nefarious JavaScript file, for example, you would reject it because it wouldn't match your hash. And you got that hash in a names packet from your sponsor, which means it was signed. Um, and so from a signature standpoint, it's identical uh, to the way that you got to the way you're trusting all the Hoon file you're downloading from your sponsor. Um, and so for that reason, I think it's, at least for the MVP, I'll write it as a hash. Um, and we can revisit that if it ends up being too restrictive. Okay. Right. So the basic outline of this is there. Um, the thing that you want to be able to serve is going to be a blob, or in general potentially a whole tree of blobs, of of static assets. Uh, we use blob internally in Clay to mean the data of a file, and so I figured glob is a reasonable sound alike for the data of a file that's actually not in Clay. And so it's basically just me a map path to MIME. Um, MIME is might and octs, which means it's so an octet stream, which is just the uh, data and its length, and then might, which is just a MIME type. And that's in general the type we use to serve stuff. Um, and so it's just going to be that you can get like a bunch of files to uh, just to serve statically. Um, and so there's going to be three components to this. Um, there's going to be a thread, um, which downloads a glob from bootstrap.urbit.org, and will deserialize it. It'll just be essentially a function that takes a hash and produces a glob. Function, not quite the right word. Thread, I guess would be the word that we use for that. There'll be an app called glob, which decides when to run that thread and handles any errors run that thread, timing out the thread, and so on. It'll look a lot like the way Etherwatcher is built. And then file server exists already. I think that's what it's called. It just right now it just statically serves stuff from Clay. When you make a request, it just scribes it out of Clay. And so what we're going to do is um, add some pokes to that to say, so right now there's pokes that say, serve this directory. We're going to add a poke that says serve this glob, just as a literal. Um, and we'll send that, and every time that we find that we get a new version, we'll send that again to overwrite the previous one. Um, and that should basically do what we need. Hopefully that makes sense. This should be pretty straightforward to build. Um, some people like to build this top down by saying, okay, here's where it needs to integrate, so let's build out from there. I generally prefer to build stuff bottom up, so I would start with the thread. Obviously, there's a bunch of features that we could have that I would love to add later and probably will, but we want to get something working. So yeah. Um, so first thing to do is make sure we're um, up to date with master. We are. Make a branch. And get to work. So a thread, we don't talk about threads as much as we probably should. They're relatively recent. The first versions of them are from maybe February, March 2019, and then they kind of became stable around last December. It's about 8 months ago. Um, so we're going to have a new thread. Threads are stored in the TED directory. And we're going to use as our, zoom in a little more. I feel like this is smaller than it should be. We're going to use another thread as a, just as a, what do you call it, template. Example fetch might be useful. ETH is probably more complicated than it. Yeah, that's. If example fetch works, that's probably a good one. Still too complicated. I'll just use hi as our bare bones template. So the beginning of this is mostly pretty much boilerplate. The general idea of a thread is that it's if you know Haskell or monads, it's the IO monad, like as in it's something that produces an IO of a vase, and so and it's conventionally run by the Spider app, and so that does like that's just a regular app that reads this in, interprets it as the IO monad, and runs it. Um, if that doesn't mean anything to you, ignore it. The actual way to think about this is that a thread is generally used for asynchronous tasks that have a limited lifespan. You generally don't have long running threads, um, and they're convenient because they let you use this rune mcgal to do asynchronous things. In this example for hi, it's we run this poke of another ship, and then when we get the acknowledgement back, this function finishes, and we run this. And so you can string together asynchronous things like poking another ship, or making an HTTP request, or waiting for a timer, um, in a relatively convenient format. It's not quite a direct format. It's not quite a direct style, but it's more convenient than writing it an explicit state machine. Um, the primary disadvantage of this is that because it's not an explicit state machine, well, there's a couple disadvantages. One is that it's it's pretty easy to accidentally create a state where you just can't make progress. An error happens that you didn't handle properly or whatever. And that's a lot harder to do in an explicit state machine, because an explicit state machine is kind of obvious what are all the things you need to handle. You need to explicitly say, I'm not going to handle this. Whereas in a thread, you just be like, I'm waiting for this, and then it never happens, and then you just can't make progress. The other thing is that upgrading a thread is impossible to do in general. Um, you could hack something together that where you talk to a running thread and say, hey, you need to be upgraded, so uh, pull together any state and pass and give it to me, and I'll pass it to your next version of yourself. But there's no general way to do that. And so, um, and I believe it's true that if there were a general way to do it, then it would cease to be convenient as a mechanism. Um, and so, for this reason, they really can't be that long running, because they can't be upgraded, and so they can't like live forever in the way that an app or a vein lives forever. Um, and so, in general, uh, if a thread gets updated, um, like we just like kill them instead of trying to upgrade them. But that's fine for something like this, right? If what we're going to try to do here is say, here's a hash, download it, and if it doesn't work the first time, maybe retry a few times with some back off, and eventually give me the result. Um, and that has a relatively large amount of of asynchronicity, especially if we do the back off stuff. Um, but like if it fails, it just fails, and that's fine. All we want to know is, did it succeed or did it fail? And if it failed, we'll try again later. But that's it. Um, the so right, the way to interact with threads from an app is to think of it as, you use the app for anything that's permanent, and sort of like needs to kind of lock together in a useful way, and use threads for any parts of it that are just this long strand of work that you just need to give it an argument, and then it gives you a result eventually, or else fails. Um, and the way that you take something ephemeral like a thread, and embedded in something permanent like an app is just by containerizing it and saying, okay, what are the guarantees that we have around threads? And the guarantees that we have is that either it will succeed and give you a result, it will fail and give you an error, or it will just get stuck. And if you want to detect the case of it getting stuck, you can just set a timer and consider that to be a failure. In that case, you end up with only two possibilities, which is either it succeeded or it failed. And then you can react to those two, and now you're back in a world where um, all the possibilities are enumerated. Uh, yeah, that's an important way to think about it. Is that in a thread, you enumerate the ways that you like the things that you want to handle, whereas in an app, you enumerate all the possibilities and then handle the ones that you want to handle. Um, which is And so it's, I mean, yeah. And so the way to embed the second and the first is to make sure that everything that a thread didn't handle, um, it gets interpreted as an error. And so this is what ETH does, Azimuth Tracker does, and it's been quite reliable for the past, well, since threads were properly introduced in December. So I have a high confidence that this will work reliably. Anyways, with that background, um, the boilerplate here is just that there's a SIR file called Spider um, that we want to include Strandio, which is a sort of it's just a bunch of I/O functions like poke and fetch HTTP or whatever it's called. Um, you generally are going to want both of those. We alias strand spider to strand because we use strand relatively often. And then a thread is a thread spider, so we should look at that here. Um, so it's a function from vase, that's the arguments, as a vase, which is a dynamic data type, to the form of a strand vase, which is another way to say to just an asynchronous computation as a strand, we call it. Um, that's the main. If you know Haskell, this is just data.dynamic to IO of data.dynamic. That's all it is. If you don't know Haskell, ignore that. And so this is a function from vase to that, and so we have it's a function from vase to a strand. Form just so the way we use the something like strand, which is a monad, but I'm not going to depend on any of the on like you'll recognize stuff if you know what monads are, but if you don't, just pretend that monad is just an Urbit word that you have to learn. Um, and so uh, conventionally, we define what we're going to return at the top in a TISLUS with M. Um, and so this is saying that this is a computation that produces a vase. And then we cast the result to the type of that computation. The other things, there's only three things inside of M. It might be overkill to look at, but I think it's in here. Form. So it's just a strand form raw, which means it's just right. So strand has, you give it a type, so you parameterize it with the type that this computation produces, and then it has three things that you ever use. Output exists as well, but you don't really ever use that. You use form, which is the type of that computation. You have pure, which is something that take something, in this case, takes a vase and turns it into just computation that produces that vase. So you do this if it's not an asynchronous computation. You just want to be like, okay, I'm going to produce this result as an asynchronous computation, but not actually being asynchronous. Um, so it just kind of lifts it up type wise. And then bind is the other important one, which you use with the McDowell rune to connect two of these together. And so you say, okay, poke strand IO is something that produces a um, like it, like this expression is a strand, so is an asynchronous computation, and this expression is an asynchronous computation, is a strand. And so I can bind them together to say run this and then run this. Um, and the only other thing that you need to be aware of is that these computations might produce different things. So this one's producing a vase, like this whole thing is producing a vase, which means that the last one has to produce a vase. But the ones before that could produce whatever. In this case, it actually produces, poke just produces null. And so that's what this is saying. If it produced something else, um, then you would put that here. So if it produced, if you had something that produced an atom, you would say, okay, here's an atom, and then it's a strand that produces an atom. Um, and that could do all kinds of asynchronous stuff and give you, and its type would be form of that. So it's just form of computation which produces an atom, an unsigned decimal atom or whatever. Um, and then you could refer to a result down here because it's been assigned to this. It's been basically Tizlust onto your subject. Um, Hopefully that makes some sense. Uh, there may be docs about this, be worth looking up. Um, but that should give you a general sense of how this stuff works. Um, and so let's try building one. Um, so this is all pretty standard. We still want to include the same stuff, alias the same stuff, cast it. Our argument's going to come in as a vase. We're going to produce a vase. And so what we want to do in general is read hash from the arguments, fetch from bootstrap.urbit.org, deserialize, produce result. And so read hash from arguments. So the argument is a vase, which is a dynamic data type, and so we want to assert that that's basically deconstruct that into something that's more like that's static that we can use. And so we're going to have a hash that is pat uv good. We'll say pat uv for now. We could do this, which is perfectly fine and reasonable, but it's convenient to make the arguments actually be a tuple that ends in null. So something like this. The reason for that is when you run it from the dojo, it'll take the arguments and give them to you as a tuple that looks like that. And so if you build it like this, then you can run it from the dojo, which is convenient for testing the individual piece without having to write an app to run it. This is maybe a little bit terse. You could do it as something like this, and then except it would actually need to be hep from that. But I don't know. This is longer, but I'm not sure it's actually any clearer. I just I just got used to using this form. Zapgal says take a vase and basically assert that it's of this type, and then use it of and then tis less this, like they're this having this type. And so because we put a face in there, we can now refer to that as hash. Um, hopefully that's clear. It's a convenient idiom. Um, okay, so now we have a hash. We're going to want to fetch from bootstrap.urbit.org. Let's see what we have in Strandio for fetching. Uh, see, send request is probably reasonable, but I think we have something like fetch JSON is closer to what we're going to be looking for. Um, everything's probably going to become a send request, so I wonder if we have anything more specific. Don't really, as far as I can tell. So we have send request, take client response. Probably want to just write one that that um, that gives us something other than JSON, because obviously this is not. I mean, we could make a JSON, but that's inefficient. Um, we really, yeah. I mean, let's just make something generic that's like fetch Atom. Um, we could fetch JSON to be in that potentially, but we'll just say like this is what we want. It's something that looks like this. Um, uh, Pat T or Pat? We'll just say Pat. Yeah. Um, uh, and then we could define it later, but I think we should just go ahead and define it now. It's pretty simple. It's going to look a lot like this. It's just going to be we're going to make the request. It's going to be a GET request to the given URL with no other headers, and then we're going to send that request. We're going to get a response. We're going to extract the body. Let me make sure I understand what that's doing. That should just make sure that we got an actual response, that it has the whole file. If we get multi-part responses, then we'll probably have to be a little more forgiving of that. But I don't think we will. So this should work. So that gets us to us as a chord, and then we really just want to produce that. So this just does that, and then runs the JSON, or sorry, and then parses it to JSON, which we don't care about. Um, so we can just say, so what you could do here is this. That's the like obvious way to write this. Um, so the way to read this is we run send request and then we wait until we get a response. So we run take client response, which blocks for a while potentially, and it produces a client response, which is defined in Zeus. Um, but we don't even need to look at what's inside it because we can just pass it to extract body, which takes a client response and runs a computation that gives a chord. Honestly, that probably doesn't even need to be asynchronous, but whatever. And then we have the chord. We can just run pure m chord. Pure. Another word people sometimes use for pure is return. Um, if sometimes that's like a helpful mnemonic to think about. Um, since we're just actually producing the same thing that our last computation produced, it's a little bit kind of cleaner to just produce that. But it doesn't make a difference. Since this is like all the interesting part of this, like we don't ever use the URL again, right? We may as well go ahead and refactor this to say this is going to be okay. This was calling it a chord, so I want to see what is it. Okay, yeah. So officially, we have it as a pat t. We may as well leave it as a pat t. Pat t and chord are the same thing. Um, I don't know. I could see an argument for it being just an atom, but that's the way the types are now, and I'm not going to change it. Um, so what we can do is say fetch chord URL, and then get rid of all this, and that's just convenient refactoring. Um, yeah, that should work fine. If it doesn't, then everyone's ETH watcher will break. But we'll test this on a ship that is listening to Azimuth, and it should work. Okay, and then that lets us run fetch chord, which should uh, let us just say basically, okay, so our URL is going to be think about different ways to write this, but bootstrap.urbit.org slash glob, and then pretty print as a senuv, I guess. I don't know, senuv is kind of wonky. It's got dots in it. Dots are fine. I mean, we could use senui, which does not have dots in it. We could use pat p, but I feel like we're better off just saying senuv. I think senuv is fine. We'll change it if we want, if we need to. Dot glob. So I know we're repeating the word glob. The service we use to run bootstrap.urbit.org, it's real convenient if you give it a unique prefix, so that you can actually see what's there. Otherwise, you can't search for it. It's really stupid. And then .glob, well, it needs to have some kind of name. This is fine. This is string interpolation, by the way. Scow is like Scott if you've used that. It's just print an atom with the given aura, where that aura is one of the the special ones that gets printed specially. Right. Okay. So that gives us our URL. So now we can say let's asynchronously run something that'll give us the data. And it's going to be fetch chord URL. That should give us the chord. And then we're going to want to deserialize that. So we generally use jam and q to serialize and deserialize. So what we're going to want is to say, so q will take the chord and turn it into a noun. And then we're going to want to turn that into a glob type, which we have not defined. Let's do that. We don't need this one anymore. So a glob.hoon. I don't know. I really like qualifying stuff unless there's a good reason not to. It wouldn't. If there's just one type, it's really tempting to just do. I don't know. This might bite us later, but it's fine, right? I mean, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. It would work fine, but if we end up needing any more things in this file, then you have to change everywhere that refers to glob. and make it glob cool glob or import it as tar glob or whatever you want to do. Um, okay. Cool. Okay, so then what we're going to want to do is say is hard that to a glob. So hard is a mimic is hard, and it basically traverses a noun and makes sure that it matches a given type. And if it doesn't, then it crashes. Um, which it's fine to crash in a thread because that'll just get produced as a failure to our parent, or sorry, to whoever started the thread, or whoever subscribed to results in the thread, which is usually the person who started it. Um, it you can do this, of course, as this, um, but this is another case where I tend to like this idiom. I don't know. I generally use it with zapgal, um, micmic, and dot cat. Some people don't like it. I feel like this is clear enough. Some people think that's clear. That's not bad. I think this is fine. Okay, and then okay, so we've deserialized it, and then we just need to produce that as a result. Um, since this is a thread, we can't just do this, which is what we really want to do. Um, this is qualified. Um, a thread, needs to be able to produce any type, and so we produce it as a dynamic type. Note that the difference between this and this is like both of these are taking things that are not sufficiently typed and typing them. But this is dynamically typed, which means that it comes in as a vase, which has a type that we do know it is, uh, as well as the value. And so we can just check the type that it comes with against this type, which is in many cases going to be much cheaper. It wouldn't make much of a difference in this case because we're just checking that it's an atom followed by null, which is really easy to check no matter, like, regardless of whether you have a type. But in general, vases are cheaper to zapgal, um, in some cases dramatically, and in some cases, negligibly. Um, this is, we don't have any confidence in its type. All we know is that it's a noun because we deserialized it. Um, and so we construct a type, and then we produce it as a vase. So Zapgar creates a vase, Zapgal devases it. And so when we receive this in the app, it's going to get it as a vase and it's going to Zapgal it, but that's going to be pretty cheap, especially because it's going to be literally the exact same type. Like the types are going to be pointer equal, and so in that case, it's going to be literally the first line of our type checker is if they have the same type, then it's the same. Then they nest, and so it's going to be really really fast. Um, okay, so then I think that should work. Um, this is good enough to obviously you keep going write the app and whatnot, but this is good enough to test. So let's give us a few rows and make a new pill. Oh, sorry, make a new fake sod. I like to use, yeah, so dash B says use this pill. Dash A says, which is going to be much faster to use a solid pill than to download a brass pill and use that. Dash A says get your files from here. I'm not sure what I did. I think I confused it with something. I might have had, I don't know what happened there. Um, and then it might not have finished deleting the peer. Anyways, the other thing is dash L there says booted in light mode, which means that won't turn on most of the apps because a significant amount of booting time, probably the majority now, is just compiling apps. And so with a solid pill, you don't have to compile the veins when you boot. So with a brass pill, you compile everything from scratch. With a solid pill, you don't compile the veins when you boot, but you do compile the apps. And so -L says only start um, Hood, Dojo, chats, or not even chat CLI. Hood, Dojo, Azimuth Tracker might be it. Um, and then you can start anything else you want manually. So if you're doing landscape development, you probably want everything to be started, but otherwise, it's much faster to use -L. Um, okay, then we will let that boot. Um, and this, yeah, I guess it needs ping and spider as well. Um, okay, cool. Since I did use -A, it should have um, that library, for example. It should have um, this available. Maybe you don't give it a glob. It's not a lib. It's a sort. Okay. So then that looks like that worked. Glob is in G, of course. We can use that as a as a type. That's a trivial example of it. Um, we can do tar glob G. Um, we should also be able to run this unless there's mistakes with hep glob, and then we need to give it a hash. We'll use blanking 0v123. Okay, find fetch chord. Right, so fetch chord exists in Strandio, which we do not qualify it with that. Um, so the way I usually develop, unless I'm doing kernel development, in which case sometimes I'll use another desk, but is just mount the home desk. I keep watch or rsync running. I generally prefer rsync. Just because it'll sync your deletes back and forth, but it's CP works fine. Um, yeah. A lot of people just manually copy it over every time. I like it to automatically copy every 2 seconds, um, and then I just manually commit. There's also an automatic commit option, which is a little bit buggy, but does basically work. And then we can try this again. And it ran, but it crashed. So that's probably because the URL, like we didn't put anything on bootstrap.urbit.org. But let's see. So in 11, yeah, so it crashed here, saying basically that it got a response. Because 11.8 through 18 is going to be that it got a response, but then it tried to queue that, and that apparently succeeded. Probably it was probably like a null response or something, or at least something that managed to deserialize something, but not as a glob. And so that crashed, as we would expect it to. So, right, so we're going to need to then uh, basically we want to, like, we need to put a file there. And so something we're going to want to do yeah, so something to add onto this list is utility to create the file to be downloaded. Um, but for our purposes right now, we can just make a little glob. Um, so okay, so we need a map of path. Okay, so the idea is um, we want to make something that is a glob. Um, which means we map a path to mime. And so let's do mult, which takes a list and makes a map out of it. So map of, it's going to be, we'll call them landscape.js and landscape, and how about assets landscape CSS. Obviously, uh, the actual names we'll come up with later, but we want to try something with a couple of different path like levels. Make sure that any recursion we do there works, and then we need the actual data, which is going to be something of type mime, which is something like I don't remember the mime type for JSON, but I'll say, or for JavaScript, it's like X application JS or whatever. Let me just look up what we use. A mar.js application JavaScript. Okay. Application JavaScript. Okay. And then this one's going to be application CSS, I assume, although, well, okay, let me check. You want to get this right. Text CSS. Okay, then that's the MIME type, and then it needs to be the octs of, so that's, let me see if I can remember, it's as octs, yeah, so as octs MIME HTML will take an atom and turn it into this. Okay, so as octs MIME HTML, my JavaScript, and then same here, as octs MIME HTML, my CSS, MIME's HTML. That should be Faz assets landscape. Okay. Let's see where it is. So it's not a glob G. So it's not a map of path to mime. Let's see if this looks like a mime in each case. Should do this one at a time to get the form right, but this will get us, maybe this should work. Same issue, which means that is a mime. Okay, so let me make sure I understand. Okay, so this is map a path to mime. The definition of a mime we said was might and octs. That looks like it works. So this this is supposed to be path mime. Path mime. Huh. It didn't like the literal path, but when we casted it, it works. Yeah. Okay. I don't like wet gates. I've said that before, and I'll say it again. But yeah, wet gates. You can sometimes fix wet gates by casting their input, which seems to me to be a violation of the Liskov substitution principle. Um, but that's a controversial opinion. So we'll ignore that and say basically the cast that actually needs to exist. Let me just make sure that I understand. Is that this one needs to be mine? Sorry, not mine. Path. Right. Okay. So then make this look a little simpler. Okay, then I'll save this command so that I can use it in the future conveniently. Okay, now we have this. Data looks like this. Now we just want to write that out as a jam file. There's a few ways to do it. This is the most convenient. Um, and then that puts it in here. Except I'm in the wrong directory. Right. And if you like look at it, you can see that it's surprisingly sort of readable. Um, it's obviously it's serialized, but the like the my JavaScript happened to align with 8 bits, and so like it happened to byte align, and so you can read it. The my CSS is in there somewhere, but it it didn't align. Um, anyways, so I can just go put this on bootstrap.urbit.org. Let's hash this. What hash are we gonna use? We have like SHA-3. Wait, SHA-3 would be a reasonable option, but that's kind of, I don't know, it's used for crypto a lot, but not other things. What about SHA-256? SHA-256 fine? I don't remember. Uh, also, is it in Hoon? Oh, wait. What is... These are the ones that I'm thinking of. Okay, it's convenient to use a noun hash. That's fun. Like, if y'all remember the mug bug that we found last time, I think this would have resolved it if it had just been done this way. Oh, but jam is expensive. Yeah, the problem with this is that it doesn't memoize properly. Um, we have various solutions to the mug bug, but because this doesn't get memoized anyways, it's fine. 128-bit noun hash should be fine. There's other ones we could use. Shax would give us a SHA-256. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't know. Sham's fine, I think. And 28 bits is already kind of a long file name. Okay, so if we sham data, we get this. And so then we say moves on or put data.jam into glob this dot glob, and then we'll upload that. Boom, boom, boom. Upload files. All right. Cool. Okay, so now let's try running glob of sham data. Bam, look at that. That was beautiful. The only bug there, or the only even compile time issue, was not fully qualifying glob. Um, and then the other crash was just the data wasn't there because it wasn't there. Nice. Okay. Cool. This is done. Uh, so it may be overkill to if you're just doing one request like this to do it as a thread. Although it's notable that like this crashing, for example, or like that if anything here crashes, it'll handle that. But also, like it'll turn that into a handleable error. Um, but more importantly, what we'll probably want to do, and this is what like ETHWatcher does, for example. Take a quick look at how it does it. Um, is do various like retries just in here with back off. We're gonna end up with a high level retry in the app, so it's probably not critical. Actually, I think there's a retry in here. Yeah, where you can say run this. Uh, it's going to be an ethio. Yeah, where it tends to just be like, okay. Yeah, like you can see how that could be improved. I think I'll skip it for now. Um, but it definitely should be at some point. At any rate, okay, so we have this thread. It works. Um, next is to write app glob, which will choose when to run this and handle it being run. Don't even really need this up anymore. It takes this and produces that. Okay, so new app. Let's see. What's one that's good to start with? Contact view is tempting because there's like nothing to it. What about ETHWatcher? ETHWatcher is pretty simple. Okay, it's not that simple. Okay, we'll start with contact view and build it up from there. Never mind. Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought contact view was deprecated and turned into nothing. Invite view. That one. Okay. This is the basic form of an app. I'm not going to talk about how apps work really. Um, there is documentation about this, and I believe it's covered in the Hooniverse stuff. Um, this is a really simple one that does nothing. The point of this was to just like this essentially delete an app, like the app that this comes from is no longer needed. Um, what we're gonna do is say, okay, well, it's basically just fill these in one at a time. Should be reasonably straightforward. Uh, okay, so we're gonna need some state, which I will do in a separate core, like a good person. I'm not gonna box in. It's just gonna be, let's see, it should be just the version. Actually, it should be a hash. Um, and the way that I'm intending to do this is, but where basically your version number. Well, no, we should have an actual version number. Yeah, we should have an actual version number, and then the hash as a constant. It's not something that needs to change dynamically. And then we say, okay, this is whatever that hash is, which is this, which we should be able to just write in as a, I don't know if we have a newer name than cube. Syntax highlighting doesn't like that, but I think you can do that, right? Yeah, syntax highlighting doesn't like it, but it works fine. So the sen at the beginning means that it's a constant, and that's just the value of the constant. Okay, and then this skews it a little bit. Might as well just do this. And this is probably the clear, I don't know. This is a way to write it. So this is the hash as a, I like it being separate like that. Um, I don't know. You could do it this way, make it a type, and then you just refer to this, or in which case it should be this, or you can make it a value, and then here just take the type of that value. I don't know. They're both reasonable. I think you want it as a type, and then just do this. I think that's cleaner. Okay, and then this is the glob. Obviously, you should be able to have multiple hashes and so on. Like, there's lots of ways to extend this. But that's what this version number is for. You can make a version number 1 that has a map of hash to glob, or a map of hash to unit glob, or whatever. Now that I say it, there really should be a unit glob. I'll do it like that. For now, might end up aliasing glob for convenience. Okay, then we want to have our state. I forget what's the best practice for state. Is that, I guess? Interesting. Let me get confirmation. Yeah, okay. So state 0, I'll align them. Okay, so state 0, and to star state hat. Reasonable. I don't know. I really like fully qualifying stuff. I'm just gonna do this. Our state is our state, and that's it. Um, it's gonna be a short file. It's fine. Okay. Although that kind of clobbers the name state, and I don't like using cats in something that large. So state is state 0. There we go. There we go. That feels good. Okay, then let's fill this in. Okay, on save is easy enough. That's just going to be our state. On load is going to be a little more complicated. It's going to be similar to on init. I think we just define it in terms of on init, or we define on init in terms of on load. I think it makes more sense to define it on init in terms of on load. These don't exist anymore in any meaningful sense to me. Just make them. We will fill in some of these, but it's fine. Okay. Should probably just go in order. So on init, we should just define on init and then on load in terms of on init, and that'll be fine. Okay, so on init is going to be a as everything is clip of card and this. So list of effects and our new state. And so we're going to say, okay, um, we're going to basically what we want to do is start the thread. And also start a timer. Okay, that's easy enough. We will use ETHWatcher as our template for this. So it's going to be a variation on this. Let me just get this somewhere. Actually, probably I'm going to want this whole, yeah, I'm going to want this whole function because it'll make things just easier to read, I think. If we put this here, actually I think this should be a separate core. Not for any particular reason, but it's like these are types and these are helper functions. We're not the same. It's a little weird that then you have to pass in our, but it's fine. Except our type. Well, like so, this here is a wire. It's reasonable. We'll refine that if we need to. Okay. We're gonna want all of these. There's a reasonable amount of boilerplate in starting an app. Sorry, in running a thread. there's a couple of ways that I've imagined simplifying it. One would be you can make a library that does all this for you. Might be a little bit complicated, but should be doable. Another would be just to do a like either as a separate app that does this and just guarantees that it'll give you results as they come in, or making an interface for in Spider for that that's separate from this pretty low level interface. Um, I don't know. This works. It's it's a little more verbose than it should be, but it's powerful and um, it's just following a pattern. Okay, these are actually the ones that we're going to need also, but we're starting threads right now. This is like architecturally quite similar to ETH Watcher. Okay, where does Poke Spider get called? Right, so this is where we're starting an app. And so the way to do that is going to be, we need to make starting a thread. Um, we need to make a new thread ID, which I'll just call what it has up there, retyping it so that I think through each step. Cat3 glob, and then Scott's NUV hash, I think. No, we don't do that. So the thread ID needs to be unique for each thread. Um, you can put other it's just a PAT-TA, so you can put other text in there, but that's just for convenient debugging and identifying it when if you want to kill it or something. Um, but it needs to be like actually unique, and we might restart a thread for the same hash. So we should do any pull. Any is and 256 bits, I think, of entropy. Um, that'll be fine. Okay, then. So then the card is going to be Poke Spider of, what does he use for the path? Oh, he just uses it, right. So that can just be just Scott's NUV any dot, or sorry, hash dot state seems reasonable. I think that's fine. We'll think through it more at some point. Our dot bowl is who we are, and then spider start is how we tell it to start a thread. But that's weird. I feel like it should have. Oh, right. And then args, which is going to be a vase that has the actual arguments. So spider start takes a few things. It takes. Let's look in. Start args is this. So it takes a parent, if it has a parent thread, which in this case it doesn't, because the parent is an app. And then we want to give it a thread ID. You don't have to give it a thread ID, but if you don't give it a thread ID, you can't subscribe to results. So that would just like start it and let it go off and do its thing, which is useful sometimes, but not here. Okay, so then let's see. The file that we're using is going to be just going to be called glob. So that refers to the tedglob.hoon, and then so basically it's the name of the thread, and then the arguments to the thread, which is just going to be hash.state null. Remember, we added the null to make it more convenient to run from the dojo. So we have to add it here as well. Yeah, okay. So that gives us something. Okay, so that gives us a card, which isn't what we need actually to produce, but it's a part of it. And then um, right, so that'll kick that off. We'll handle that below. The other thing that we're going to want to do, and we might as well do it while we're here, is, so we'll lift this into a list of cards, is say, oh, actually, sorry. Yes, it's something we definitely need to do now. So the way that you run a thread is you send a poke that says, uh, start this thread at this thread ID, and you also send a watch to say, subscribe to the results of this thread ID. Um, although, while you explain it in that order, you do it in the opposite order, because if the poke causes, like if it immediately finishes, either because it failed or because it succeeded without doing anything asynchronous, then the response comes back immediately, which means you need to have already been subscribed to it. So you subscribe to a thread that doesn't exist, and then you make it exist. So wash spider, which we copied from above, we need to give it the same path. It would obviously be slightly more efficient to do the Scots and UV in one place and then not, but like it literally doesn't matter because we're not. You should never be down the running this code a gazillion times. Anyways, so our.bowl thread result new thread ID. Okay, so that's. I don't like it when it wraps like that. Okay. Right. So then, right. So we subscribe, we poke. The other thing we're going to want to do is, so let me take a quick look, make sure I understand what watch spider is doing. Right. So watch spider is saying uh, on the same wire, I just watch that path. It's not doing anything complicated. You can do it inline. Then it'd be longer than 80 columns, and you'd have to split it up. Also, this is honestly clearer to read. Right. Okay. So we're not going to change our state here. We're not a init. Our state has been zeroed out. I think we'll change our mind about that when we call it from onload. If we don't clear it in onload. Okay. So then the other thing that we're going to want to do, and we may as well do now, is set a timer so that if it doesn't finish by a certain time, it's probably hung on something and we just want to restart it. Okay, so then, I'll think about how long that timeout should be in a little bit, but you want to make it plenty long because you don't really need, it's not that big of a deal. If it takes a while, we can make a command, should make a command that lets you kick it, but otherwise, if it tries every 30 minutes or something, it's fine. You just want to make sure that it's not too short, so that even if you have a slow connection, you need to be able to download, however many 10 megabytes or however big these globs end up being before you kick it, before you kill it and restart it. Okay, so then the other thing we want to do, and I think you want to do it first, actually. I don't think it matters, but I think you want to do it first, is wait on some. I'll give them all the same wire for now. I don't know, it's questionable. I mean, it'll work, but it's a little weird. It's fine. So up here we did this by calling wait I may as well use the same pattern. This is just the same thing except time is 0, right? Yeah. Okay, so then wait is really simple. We could do it in line, but it's just give us the time. We'll wait that long. This does give it a different. Eh, it's fine. Yeah, there's no reason to mess with a template that's working fine. Okay, so wait, our.bowl, like 30 minutes would be fine. We'll make that lower to test at some point, but that's fine. Okay, that seems like what it means to start a thread, start a timer. We probably do want to have a concept in our state of I am waiting for this thread so that I don't think so actually. I think we can be assumed to either like basically in our state if glob is null then we're waiting for a thread related to that. If it's not null then we're not. And in onload we can get our old hash by just seeing what was in our old state. And cancel the timer, cancel outstanding threads, just using that. That should be fine. Okay, so on init should work. Could test that, but I think we may as well just keep writing. Okay, so then on load is going to be let's see. On load takes our old state as a vase. It's what you produced here, and then produces a clip of card in this. And so what you want to do in general is, well, a not incorrect version would be this. Well, a somewhat less than correct, but not that incorrect version is this. We actually want to be like think through it a little bit more carefully, and say, okay, let's let me actually move ETH watcher here and use this to make sure I have an eye on states. Okay, so all states right now, well, yeah, so it's that future proofing, which I generally recommend against future proofing, except that this is a pattern that we know well and is convenient for upgrading types of states. Okay, so we get this as a and then you would normally say, okay, if it's if it sends 0 is hep.old, then upgrade in this way. If it's and so on, or it'd be like modify old if it sends 0 to become something of type state 1, and then it becomes something of type 2, like just a series of mix. But in our case, there's only one type, and so we're just going to assert that send 0 is hep.old, which is usually just the last like after those tismics, you do an assert that it's the correct type. like isn't the latest type. Okay, so now we know that it is a state 0. Okay, so then now what we want to do is say if glob.old was null, then we're going to want to cancel a bunch of stuff. Basically, a few ways to write this. Okay, so if we already had something before, then right, okay, so if we had something before, then if hash.old is equal to hash.state. Remember, we haven't updated our like state. That's just the bunted state 0. And so if the hash didn't change and we had something from before, then we're good. And so we just say don't do anything. Otherwise, we are not good. But we had some before, so we don't need to like cancel outstanding threads and timers and stuff because there aren't any outstanding threads or timers. We already had the data, and so we just run on init to start a new thread and timer. If we didn't have a glob before, then we need to. That means we're trying to get it, which means that we need to cancel this timer and cancel the outstanding thread, like leave the subscription for that, and poke a cancel because we want to like actually kill it. Okay, so then, which is all stateless. So we just say basically cancel cards is going to be rest, whatever our wait one was. Yeah, okay. Dang it. I think we might need a time to actually. I think we might need a time to actually cancel a timer, which is annoying. Uh, bu- 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 bu. Yeah. There's like sort of good reasons for it, but like it doesn't. Whatever. The point is, you need to have the time to actually cancel the timer, and we just don't care that much to like actually store the time. We could, but it doesn't matter. We can just let the timer go. It'll fire within 30 minutes, and then all we have to do is remember that we might get spurious timers, um, but we can tell from their path that they're for a different hash than the current one, and so we'll just ignore them. So we won't cancel that. The thread itself, though, we do want to cancel. Uh, and ETHWatcher is the one that's gonna have a good example of that. Wherever leave spider gets called, right? So clear running leave spider. Apparently, this doesn't actually kill it, if I'm not mistaken. No, yeah, okay. This one does, for example. Doesn't get a helper function for some reason. I think it just happens to be small enough. Okay, so then, right, the way that you cancel in general. there's two sides to canceling. There's unsubscribing, and then there's also killing the thread. And we want to do both in this case. In some cases, like if we get a notification the thread was killed, we just want to unsubscribe. If we get a notification that we were unsubscribed, we want to kill the thread. In this case, we want to do both. So leave spider, which I think we did include, yes. Um, bum, and then we're also going to want to, I mean, this is just poke spider, right? The reason why I didn't use poke spider there is because it goes on starting. That feels wrong. Let's see, where's starting? Yeah, I really think that's wrong. That's the one that's spider stop, and that one's also spider stop. It should go on. It doesn't matter because it doesn't look at the. It's kind of wonky. It's not exactly wrong, but I sort of feel like it should be on the same doc that the original one was. But it doesn't matter because we don't depend on docs in that way. We'll write it this way, and we'll test all this. Bowl. And then in this case, the args is gonna look a lot like. All right, it says gonna be then spider stop args, which is just actually just gonna be. It's all gonna. It's not really gonna fit. That's fine. Do like this, following the same pattern as before. In this case, it's just though the thread ID, which you didn't store, but we should have. Yeah, we need to store the thread ID because if we don't store the thread ID, then how can we cancel it? Yeah, I mean we could try and there's lots of hacky ways to do it. You could scry out the list of open threads, look for which one has the word glob in it, and hope that that didn't get randomly generated by someone else's pat UV. Um, but no, we'll just we'll start. It's fine. We can start. But you can see why it'd be convenient to factor this out at some point into either another app or into Spider or into a library. Okay, so the one that we're going to kill is thread.state, except it's actually .old. Don't know what Pam does. Let's see, spider stop, handle stop thread, nice says thread, oh, so she's saying either, that's fun, either just end it, producing a null vase, or actually crash it, which I think you want to crash it. Although, we really don't care about the results, honestly, it'd be more convenient to do it, to not give us a error. I don't know. Keep that in mind. Okay, so then, all right, so that means we need to go up to our state and say, this actually really should just be, I want to do like each thread ID in glob, but that's not quite right either. It's a unit each thread ID in glob. Yeah, that's really what it is. Unit each. Uh, I think that's it comes from Spider, I think. Yeah, that seems correct. Did I refer to this? Yeah, but not as an actual type. Oh, if I don't care about the other parts of this, and I don't, then this is like I don't really want to include it because I'm not a thread. This is fine. Okay. Generally, want to put the main one, the important one, in the PAM position. Although it doesn't matter. Okay, so then, we don't privilege the PAM position the way that like Haskell does. Okay, so then what we're going to do here is say, okay, where glob is tick bar less. Yeah, that's unnecessarily terse. Um, the thread, which is this. Okay, that's cool. Now, one question, of course, is whether these should all be done with the thread ID or with the hash. I could see it going either way. I kind of feel like it should be the thread ID, but I'll hold off on making that change for now. Okay, so then our next move is to say, right, so it's not quite this, it's actually, if there wasn't anything, then we can just do on init. Otherwise, if we had the actual glob, then throw it away and get a new one. Or sorry, this one should have been this, right? Say, okay, if hash didn't change, just load our the old state into our current state. Otherwise, start from scratch. Yeah. Okay. And then in this case, what we're saying is that we have a tid.u.glob.old, and so we can use that here, and then say, okay, leave spider, poke spider with spider stop. Okay. and then we call init cards, this with on init, and then we can just produce cancel card, because we're going to cancel before we start the next one. So we put that first, init cards, and then this. If that pattern looks suspiciously like that, you're not wrong. Um, okay, so cool. That looks correct. Okay. Um, on poke. Shouldn't be any poking that's actually necessary, but it'd be nice to have some debug stuff available. Oh, which reminds me, it's weird that this I want to have, okay, yeah, this is very convenient. Uh, there's some very convenient libraries for being able to turn on verbose mode for apps and debug, which exposes it to the debugging dashboard. And there's also the command line version of that. And pretty much every app should have that. They should use those. There's no benefit really to not doing that. It's that just wraps them, so you can just put it in there, and everything else is the same. Um, you don't really need both, or you don't need either cast, but I don't know, I like them. Okay, then where were we? We were at on poke. And so we can do a lot of stuff just actually with the debug dashboard, like in terms of viewing our state and stuff. But what we want to do here is say it would be nice um, if we could have something that just like kicks. So if we say, this is of course, you should look at the mark and then look at the type and then look at the, but you can also just say, um, if the data that they gave us was send this, sorry, send kick, then, well, unless it's that, we don't really want to do anything. Although, if we want to add anything, then simply just do this. Simply just say glob.state. Yeah, like for example, it'd be nice to have one that's just use this hash. That's fine. Okay, so glob.state, just set it to null. Or maybe do, I mean, you might want to cancel cards, right? Arguably, this should be factored out. I mean, let's see, you could put that in on init. We could also just synthesize something to onload. You know what? Let's just do that. This is just like a hacky debugging thing. So what we should do is just say onload zapgar of um, it's going to be state with glob replaced by no. Yeah, that seems reasonable, right? That'll get us into this situation, or no, sorry, not replaced by null, replaced by it depends. If it's okay, glob.state is going to be if no glob.state, then just sig. If this is one big what have. I just did one big what have. So if it's null, then do null. If it's not null followed by a PAM, then we we want to cancel it. The way to fake it, I don't know. There's cleaner ways of doing it, but the way to fake it would be to say that we actually do it like this, and here say state, here say state with hash set to that, so that it'll think, oh, I had the wrong. Oh wait, we can just do that unconditionally. Yeah, we can just do that unconditionally. That's simpler and more in keeping with, like, it's less of a lie. It's a cleaner lie. Whoa. Okay. Say where hash is set to pat uv, and so it's going to say, our hash has changed, and so if we had something outstanding, we want to kill it. If we didn't, then we want to start something, and so on. That seems correct. Yeah, that's correct. And we didn't want to tis.state anyways. We wanted to just send his state the way that it is, like that. Like, we just wanted it as part of the argument, but not as. But we didn't want to change our like our own state. Okay. So then, make sure that I'm looking at state right here. Yeah, like that one's wrong, for example. That should be hash.old as well as here. Again, possibly thread ID, but yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay, then, so that set it to send bar, but nothing sets it to send PAM yet because we haven't got to handling responses. Okay, so then that gives us an onload. There's some other debugging commands we should add, but um, uh, but we'll just leave it like this. Okay, on watch, nobody should be watching us, right? Get some water. Yeah, nobody should be watching us. Can imagine using that for various things in the future, but not now. So then, technically, even you can watch it, but just for debug stuff. But that's all wrapped, and we don't worry about that at all. On leave matters. Yeah, on leave matters. No, wait, no, it doesn't. On leave is when someone else leaves us, which doesn't happen because nobody watches us. On peak, um, just the regular debugging peak should give us all the information we need. At some point, I could imagine exposing a uh, exposing something that looks just like a clay scry. You know, you should be able to just send GX from this, send GY or whatever. You should be able to LS your globs. Um, it should be, you know, that'll be basically just as convenient as doing it in clay. Um, but it's not necessary for an MVP. So on agent, on Arvo, on fail. On fail, almost nobody handles on fail. The two main ones that do, and maybe the only two that do, are Spider and Dojo. Um, on fail gets called when something crashes that wouldn't produce a negative acknowledgement, which generally just means it's an unexpected failure, which means that right, and so Dojo, when that happens, it's just like, okay, something I didn't expect to crash crashed, and so I'm just gonna wipe all my state and get going again, which is important because you don't want mistakes to make it so your Dojo doesn't work, because then your ship is effectively bricked. Um, Spider has a somewhat similar reasoning, and so if something crashes in Spider, it just kills all outstanding threads, um, which is a little bit aggressive, but it's the same thing that happens when Spider upgrades, so why not? Okay, so on agent and on Arvo are the ones that we are going to need to implement. Um, and they're both going to basically handle responses from, so on agent's going to handle responses to our starting the threads and whatnot. On Arvo is going to handle responses to our timer, in case the thread got stuck. So on agent takes a uh, wire and a sign agent gall, and of course produces a equip card. This is an agent gall, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so then this is saying unless it's from running, we don't care about it. In our case, everything should be from running, right? Sorry, it's not we don't care about it. It's we crash, or well, we do the default handling, which actually doesn't crash for positive acknowledgements and whatnot. Let's see. Do we poke anything that? I mean, no. We do everything on running right now, so we want to say unless it's from running. We would do the timers obviously on a different wire, but they shouldn't be coming to on agent, just coming to on Arvo. Okay, so then we want to uh, I mean, we really should crash. But also, it's just so unlikely to be an actual problem that I'm really tempted to just print an error and only crash if it like something actually like, and then do the default handling. Ah, yeah. That's reasonable. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, then. Okay, so if we did get something on running, then we want to do switch according to what we got back. We could get back a pokeack, watchack, kick, fact, I think that's it. I think that's all the things that though. I think that's all the signs, right? Yeah. So all the sign agents. Okay. So pokeac. If I'm basically just going to copy what's in ETHWatcher because we do all the same handling. But I'm going to type it out again, at least a lot of it, so that I can think through it clearly. Okay, so if we got a positive poke acknowledgement, which means that there was no error, so that's why the what sig, then we do nothing, because that just means that the thread correctly started, but that's nothing to do about that. If the thread did not correctly start, for example, if it failed to compile, then we say glob couldn't start thread and give the error. That's reasonable. Like supplied, like stack trace or whatever that we got back. And then we want to say, yeah, we're not running. What does clear running do? That's because, so ETHWatcher has to worry about like it's keeping various of these threads for different people. You know, Azimuth Watcher is one client, but there can be other clients uh, that are that have their independent like threads on their own timers and stuff, and so it has to keep track of that. In our case, we don't, and so we can just say produce state where, except it's not state, it's this where state this sorry where glob.state is null. Oh, so that's what the null case means. I should make sure that I have everything that everything like I was thinking null would probably be just like in the beginning, and if we got to here it'd be like strange, but I mean it could definitely happen. It means that we don't have something outstanding, um, and we don't have the data, which is how I was handling it, and that seems correct. Yeah, okay, so we say no, okay, we don't have the data, don't have anything outstanding, um, and the thread we know is dead because the poke that started the thread failed. So that's part of Spider's interface, is that yeah, that means that the thread it didn't start and you can ignore it. And so all we need to do then is we're still subscribed, because it probably should just unsubscribe everyone who's subscribed to it, but it's not how it works right now. So leave spider t dot wire. Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah. So t dot wire in this case is going to be the path that we passed in here to poke spider, and it's going to be put into the same, the corresponding thing there. And so we want to look what poke spider is called. Well, it has the same path as the watch spider, so that's the same. So we say, okay, leave spider t dot wire r dot bool. Okay, that looks correct. And so then we're like, okay, what if we get a watch ack? So this is an acknowledgement from our subscription request. Well, if it was successful, then we don't want to do anything. Uh, okay. Otherwise, we want to say couldn't start listening to thread. And then if the watch act failed, I think we want to kill it. Yeah, we do want to kill it. We actually probably want to kill it here too. Okay, I'm going to make a note here, although I may not actually do it. And like, obviously, it's not a big deal if it keeps running, but Yeah. Although I doubt it's actually started. Yeah, because we watch first. We would get the and then we poke. Even though we queue up both of those to happen at the same time, the watch gets processed first, and then um, like the acknowledgement from that comes back before the poke is processed. And so if we were to do something here, it would happen before the poke is processed. It's a little bit hard to think about. In both cases, in both cases of this and ETH-Watcher, it's not that big of a deal if we don't kill the thread, so it's fine. This glob.state is null. We just have to remember that that we want to if we get something back on a hash that we didn't expect, or on a thread ID we didn't expect, that we should just ignore it. Okay, so that's what happens if we get a. Just need to breathe. Not that much. Yeah. Okay. So then kick is where we got to the end uh, of the thread, presumably. Although you can get kicked for any reason in theory. Um, okay, we don't need that. All we actually need to do is just say, I mean, if we're not going to hear the result, then it's probably that thread has ended almost certainly. This happens in the happy path. You end up getting kicked. It could happen in another case, in which case, means that you're not going to hear any results, so you clear it from your state, but not really much of anything else to worry about. Okay, fact is where we're getting an actual response from the thread. This is, the actual meat of, well, I don't know. Basically, we're back into business logic is what it is. And of course, when you're working on plumbing for a while and then you stumble on the part that's business logic, the key to do is just like print it out or whatever, finish the plumbing first. So there's still a little more plumbing in here. So okay, so okay, so the incoming hash is going to be, I don't know what the name is yet, but it's Slav Senud. I think it's Slav. Yeah, it's Slav Senud of T dot, or sorry, of I dot T dot wire. So what we're saying is get the hash that we were requesting. It's produced hash basically. I know it's a long name, but it's fine. And then we want to say is unless that's the same as hash.state, we want to do nothing. Because it was just, we're getting a result from someone that we weren't even talking about. It's worth thinking about what happens if we got a result on something we weren't even talking about up here. So we probably want to do this check above. I mean, everything it's doing here is fine. I don't know, you might want to leave spider. I mean, yeah, if it fails, you still want to leave. right? Because you're probably still subscribed to it. If you get a negative watch act, it's fine to print it out. You might get some spurious printfs, but like it's fine. I think it's fine. Could add the hash to that. I don't know. I might regret it, but I'm just gonna leave it for now. Okay, so then if it's not the same as what we're expecting, then don't do anything. Um, which, as we said, there are ways that can happen. Uh, okay, so then there's the actual result we got, which is going to be p.cage.sign. If it isn't one of the marks we expect, then we're just going to, yeah, then we're going to um, just crash. And so then the ones that we expect are thread fail and thread done. So thread fail, if the thread crashed, then we get an error message. And we're going to print that out. In all these cases we retry, so we probably should say in all these cases. Thread failed. We'll retry. And then we say this glob.state null. And you'll notice I haven't done any explicit retry logic here because I think it's better to actually wait and retry later, because whatever it is probably a transient failure. If you want to do more, like if you do run into like occasional, just like HTTP requests fail for whatever reason, better to put that in thread as a more aggressive retry. The only thing that this is doing is trying to make sure that we make progress by occasionally on a relatively long timescale retry. Okay, so then that seems fine. Okay, so then thread done, jumping on a little bit earlier, thread done is actually where we get back into to most of business logic. And so, and so in this case, we get back q.cage.sign. That's the data that we got back, which should be a glob. And for the moment, we will just print that out in Technicolor for clarity. The putting a gar like that on your SIGPAM makes it green, 2 makes it yellow, and 3 makes it red. Glob.state now is going to be PAM glob. Okay, that gets a correction state. What we actually are going to want to do here is send it to file server. But we haven't adjusted file server, and we want to build this one step at a time. Cool. Okay, so then this says disavow and release logs, which is just, yeah, we don't have to close out we don't have to leave the subscription because Spider will do that for us, which is where it'll kick us, which is fine. We don't have to do anything really. We should, in theory, kill the timer, but Again, that requires this type of date, and it doesn't matter. Also, I despise printfs that don't have a tag, something you can grep for, because you just like, there's a printf, and I have no idea where it is, and now I'm wasting time, and it's a really, really bad idea. So even if it's a stupid printf, like even if it's this, it's so much better, because you can grep for that. There's a part of me, by the way, that really wants to just say sigpam should just always include a like the line number, at least maybe line and column. It's a hacky debug thing anyways. We have that info when it's being compiled, so why not? It would also encourage people to not use sigpam for like production stuff, which we're much better about than before. But still, like if your output looks like robot code, then makes you more careful. Okay. Okay, so then that's almost all of it. On Arvo is going to be the last thing, which will happen when we set a timer, and that timer fires. And that timer is going to come back here. Okay, so make sure I didn't forget anything here. Okay, so to wire to sign Arvo. It does feel a little bit like cheating because ETHWatcher is a really good comp for this app, but I mean, the truth is that basically this app is just really trivial in a lot of senses. Um, if you describe it as like, oh, make Urbit use a CDN for big files, or like get LFS for Urbit or whatever, it sounds big and complicated. But you can see that it's actually just mostly a little bit of, I mean, it's not that much. It's going to be like 150 lines of plumbing and like 15 lines of business logic, and like that's kind of it. Oh, plus the thread, which is another like 20 lines. Um, anyways. You're not supposed to look at the sign first. You're supposed to look at the wire first. Actually, I really do want to look at. Yeah, but we only have one. Okay, switching on that is like wrong, but it's not unreasonable, I think, um, to say basically unless it's like unless the wire is what we expect, timer tar wire. I could say there's only one item, but it's fine. Then we want to say, like, we want to talk about that, but it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, I'll just say strange timer. It'll be fine. Okay, oops. Can you do that? I forget. No, it's this one you can do. There was another time earlier I could have used that, but whatever. Okay, so then yeah, we'll know out. No, not that. I actually want hep and luscal. So hep is the vein, and luscal is the tag of the card, of the sign. Okay, so then it's going to be very similar if we didn't get awake. If we didn't get awake, then it's going to be Okay, so now if we did, then yeah. Okay, so then what we're gonna need to do is say, yeah. See there, we would check them both. We just do them in the wrong order. But okay, so then what basically is I dot T dot wire of hash. Sorry, yeah, we want I dot T dot wire. I think we want to do is yeah, say the timer is not. The timer has to do with the thread. It really doesn't have to do with the hash. And so that one at least, the other ones we can leave for now, but this one really should be this, which means it doesn't even need to be Scott anymore. It's just new tid. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so then what we get here is unless it's equal to, or, okay, so what's sig, or unless it's sigs and pam tar glob dot or glob dot state. So basically, unless we were in the middle of a thread, it's like fine, ignore it. If we were in the middle of a thread, then actually, unless that's all we can do in a what to is, and it's fine. Unless we were in the middle of the okay, so tid dot u dot glob dot state. Right, so unless that's equal, we also don't care. And then, okay, so now we know that we were in the middle of something, and it's been 30 minutes since that thing started. And so now the only question is, did we get an error on, uh, if we got an error on the wake, that means it's non-deterministic error in here, and it's, you want to be very careful with that sort of thing because, sorry, let me be a little clear about that. It means that we caused a non-deterministic error in here, which means Gall couldn't catch it, and then it got threaded back through to us. And arguably Gall should just handle this, but it's a little more powerful if we can handle it. What we really need to do in that case is not non-deterministically fail, because if we non-deterministically fail again, then um, like you can't make progress, right? It'll just like keep trying to get past this timer, but the timer event, if you non-deterministically fail a timer event, then you don't the timer Bane can't advance to the next timer, can't throw away that timer saying, "Oh, I handled it." Um, and so you need to you need to not crash. Um, if you do crash, it'll tell you that you crashed last time, and so you should probably like be more careful. Um, but and if you want to do anything dangerous in your error handling of that, you need to defer that. Um, in general, this architecture is questionable in some sense because it um, it makes apps able to stop timers from progressing, which is potentially a real problem. But it's it's also kind of an important part of being able to have the kind of guarantees you want to have, specifically the guarantee um, that if you set a timer, you're going to get a response to it, right? If it just said, "Oh, you crashed, so I'm not going to tell you about it," then you wouldn't be able to use timers as a backstop the way that we're using them right now, because you'd be like, "Oh, well, if I set a timer, but what if the timer just never goes off? How would I handle that?" And the answer is, well, you wouldn't. You'd be screwed. Um, and so you can't use that for anything that's crucial. Um, so there's trade-offs. We should probably make a kitty glove version of it. I'm not sure that's a saying. Um, but uh, but for the moment, that's not how it works. So if there was an error, what we want to do, honestly, so okay, this is saying just try again in 30 minutes. I mean, that makes sense to me. That's perfectly reasonable. Wait on, what was the other time we called wait? Yeah, that looks fine. So then we probably do want the same kind of error message. Glob, memory handling failed. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Keep meaning to make sure these other ones mention that we're going to retry. It's a little bit sad because there's also missing the thread. Couldn't start thread. We'll retry. Okay. The will retry is, I think, important. The difference between, you know, Zod not responding and Zod not responding still trying is like quite significant. Okay. Looks good. What cat errored outside? Okay, so now in this case, we know that we haven't errored yet. And so what we want to do is kill and restart, which honestly, it's the same as the kick thing, right? Except that we want to print something out. But there isn't anything more to it. Okay, so now I could just go straight into on poke, but I think it's better to go to on load. The danger of using a little hack like that is that then you want to do it for real, and you're like, well, if this works, I think it does. On load should factor that part out, but it's nice that the only like helper functions I have are just these that are just really dumb. Just like construct these cards. Everything else is just these tiny main functions. Okay. Okay, I think that might be all the logic. Make sure there's nothing in here that I missed. Okay. This should be straightforward to test. Gonna take a quick break. I'll be back. Alrighty, I would have paused it, but um, I don't know how to pause it. I need to figure out how this recording and streaming stuff works better. Also, I realized you possibly could hear my uh, music because when the headphones are not on my head, you can hear it. Yes, I've been listening to music this whole time. Okay, let's see. So, should be able to just run that, and it should print out the glob that it downloads, keep it in its state. Should be able to see it with debug. Let's see. All right. Because it's from bar start, it ends up getting printed out twice like that. I think it should only get, yeah, now it's printed out just once. Okay, pass the syntax checker. All these cards should be card agent call, but I prefer to card a bunch of times, so we will put it here. You could do an alias, which would be, in theory, slightly faster, but I don't think it matters because it's a type, which means, I mean, it would only matter at compile time, but compile time doesn't matter. Uh, I think I figured it. Yeah, there. 128. The thing about the 2 second thing is that it takes less than 2 seconds to run commit, and so sometimes you go over that, or sometimes you don't. Mid vein, so it's saying glob.state will not match this type. That seems wrong. Hmm. saying that this is inaccessible because this check, like basically Luscal was never going to be that. It can only be, it can be this, for example. Um, okay, find i.t.wire, 130. Right, we know that there's a t.wire, but we don't know that it has an I. But in fact, we expect it to be this. Okay, t.glob.state, 130. It's .p.u because it's in each. Actually, I think I might use that somewhere else too. Maybe. New cheat on 134, which doesn't exist. What we have here is. Could also just use t.wire. Or just t.wire for the whole thing. Yeah, we use t.wire for the whole thing. That's a little more resilient to me changing the format of it all. Mm-hmm. Weight takes a path. Now.bold. Same here. Whoops. All right, 44. Nice nest fail. Nice means it's forward inference. So it's saying that, I think it's saying that these are not necessarily cards, or else this is not necessarily a this. Which is correct. This is not necessarily a this. In fact, it is necessarily not a this. I actually want to say is glob.state. It's this. Okay, 97. U.p.sign is already a tang, and so you don't need to add another null at the end. I.t.wire at line 102. It's the same thing. '84. '55. Right. I'll just do it this way. You see what's happening there, right? It needs to be a tape. To the global. That also needs the p.u. The 2-second delay is really annoying. Unfortunately, that works fine. Yeah, just unfortunately what do you call? It's really hard. Like, I don't know. The question of how to sync more reactively is a real pain because like the Unix file system is just really not built for that kind of thing. It's really incredible how well Dropbox does with that. But you end up with like, yeah, iNotify is a real headache. You end up with running into all kinds of resource limits, and it's not really what do you call? Not really reliable, anyways. Um, I think that if we wanted to do something like that in a more reactive way, you do with Fuse. Um, Fuse is reasonably straightforward. You just implement, 5 to 10-ish functions that just like read and whatever. And you just do those like over herb or whatever. And like yeah, there's a lot of advantage to do that way. Anyways, obviously your ship would have to be on to be able to see the files. So there's some disadvantages too. But anyways, so it looks like it compiled. So let's see then if hmm, feel like it should have run on it. So that crash there, the unlinked from the Zod glob, I assume that just means like that's just saying um, oh nope. I was assuming that was unlinked, like was related to the unlinked printf, but it's not. What actually happened is it ran the thread, got a result back, and was like, and then it tried to read it a pat UV as a pat UD and crashed. So let's try this. Now, because it crashed last time, it's not going to recognize the state as being different. Yeah, that honestly, yeah, that's super interesting. Arguably, ETHWatcher should do this too, but like that's a use case for on fail, right? Because like on fail, like that ended up going into on fail. I'm pretty sure. Let me verify that. Um, closing subscription is only one printf. It's this one, and it ends up going into yeah, it ends up going to app error, right? Like actually, now I think about it, that on error is just being called from the def printf. And so what we actually want to do is say, I don't know what do we want to do. If it fails, it's kind of just I mean if it fails, what are we gonna do? Nothing really to do. Mm-mm. I'll leave that for the moment. Apologies if you can hear. I'm eating a cookie. Had a supply run yesterday, so I have junk food for a few days and then good food for a month. So okay, so we'll just try kicking it. We'll try the init flow, again later. Bum, ba-dum. This is 54. Oh, right. No. What, it's not an old state? Oh, well, right. What's, right, right. You kind of want this to actually just be a value and say that it's that. Actually, you can do it just like that. Uh, non-trivial uses of auto naming are, nobody does them. I'm like, why don't you use them more? People are like, why don't you just use that as a name? But okay, so the argument for doing this is that basically then it would like you only care about the value in a tis sense, like in specifically this tis sense. And this lets you do this uh, because it would still be part of the type. It really is a value. It's just an important value. um, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Um, this, if you haven't seen it, is basically says create a value or like so cab hash is the type of hash where hash is a value um, value um, and then uh, like so from a type perspective it's just the type of hash, but of course it's actually a mold, which means that it's not just a type, it defines a bunt, and that bunt is going to be the actual value. So the bunt of cab hash is the value of it, right? So cab sham data, for example, is a mold, and you can, cast 52 to it. Okay, you can hard 52 to it. Okay, I didn't expect that. That's interesting. Eh, we can not. I'm surprised by that, but we can just not rely on that and say hash is pat-uv, and then here say so like this stuff here gets run when you sort of when you're building it, and so you can like you don't have to like you can put anything you want here. Obviously, it has to be pure code, but so you can do modifications like that, and it works fine. And it only gets run once when you, uh, I guess when at build time, right? Which is different from on init or on load. It happens prior to each of those. Okay, let's try that. I'm a little suspicious about whether that actually like, yeah, it's not trying to compile the app. Huh. I feel like I remember seeing an error like this, that if you had sufficient errors when you're starting an app, that it tends to not compile. I can move the app, obviously. Mm, hmm, bar reset. I can just make a new fake sod. I would dig into this, but I don't care right now. If other people run into this, like file issue or something, and I'm sure it's straightforward to figure out. the other thing we should do is verify. I mean, it's in the part where we explicitly said where this is where business logic goes, but like um, you should at least as a printf make sure that what we get is the same, and then we'll want to turn it into an assertion um, for real life. Yeah. I'm really interested actually in what it's doing for all that time. It's suggesting that it's compiling a lot of stuff. I don't know. I'll have to look into that sometime. Okay, bar start. Glob. It's a good thing I copied out the data command. Oh, look at that! Look at that! See? A few compilation errors. Once the compilation errors solved, just starting the app loads into glob. We can. It didn't. Did I not? Right? It didn't print out the sham, but I'm guessing that I just didn't. Oh yeah, I started the big saw before I added the printf for the hash. But if I run bar commit, it shouldn't do anything because the hash didn't change. Eh. Oh well. Let's see. The hash matches. That's good. You got to see why it's still downloading stuff. Okay, so on load. So if we have something, well, let's real quick look in or debug, make sure I understand. So stay right. Basically, I want to make sure that this looks like I expect it to, which you can do with this. Bus debug. Yeah. So that dot there is just Hoon code to run against combo of the bowl and the state, and so it's actually yeah. If you just do hep, you can see just the state. Okay, so that's why I ran it again because even though it appears to have downloaded it correctly, it didn't actually store it, which would be because even though we save it here, maybe we did store it, or maybe we didn't, but it got thrown away somewhere. Uh, hash.old hash.stay. No, but it's not that. It's this one that it's running into, I assume, because yeah. Okay, so why is glob null? Let's see. Wait, I think kick might have. Yeah. Kick needs to not do that. Or kick needs to decide whether we got a result or not. Basically, if we get kicked, we don't want to just clear the glob. We would want to clear if we had a thread there. Yeah, yeah, we want to clear if we have a thread there, but not otherwise. So if we have a thread in glob.state, then null, otherwise glob.state. Now, of course, if it is null, it'll stay null because it'll be glob.state. Did I get another one of these? Yeah. Okay. That's kind of a lot for one line, but it's fine. Maybe it's too much for one line. Okay. Okay, what I actually want to do is take this. Tis dot glob dot or tis what glob dot state. Ah, that's the error. It had like the parentheses were just not lined up right. Okay. Okay, let's try that. And this time it should download it, and then the next time it should not. Bam! Look at that. There you can see that it's stored the glob and it hasn't been thrown away. There we are. Okay. We should do tests where it's like where there's various errors, but we might run into them as we keep going. Regardless, we should at least get the happy path working. Okay. So now we have an app that'll download blobs and deserialize them. And so the last thing we want to do to be able to, how do you call them, to serve these is we want to add them to file server. So let's take a look at file server. It's got a SOR that's probably useful. All right, so these actions is probably what it takes in on poke. Either file server action or handle HTTP request. So that's if it's, that would come from error. This is what we'd be sending. And it's going to have an action in it. And so right now what you can do is say, serve this directory at this base, put this clay base, and then public or not just says, I believe, whether you have to be logged in to see it. Okay. So then somebody calls this, presumably, landscape, I'm guessing. Let's see. Is landscape.hoon a thing? Nope. Launch? Yeah, there. Right, so we just say, take everything app landscape, not public. Okay. Cool. So then, resisting the temptation to format it properly. messes with the diffs. And truth is that code is not, it's interface code. And if they end up with slightly different conventions, that's reasonably okay. They probably they might use that convention consistently, and if so, I shouldn't just introduce, yeah, like they use it there, for example. I shouldn't just introduce the kernel style, which would add another layer. Kind of a controversial one, anyways. Not as controversial as it would be because not everyone knows about it. Um, okay, so then in that case, what we're going to want is basically, right, and there's also unserved directory, which we're going to want. And there's toggle permission, which should apply to both of them equally. Set landscape homepage prefix is something. Okay, so serve glob Earl base. You could have it just scry it out of the glob app, the same way it scribes out of clay, but like, why? Better, I think, to just supply it as a glob. Yeah, you could do this as an each of path and glob. Be reasonable, but you kind of doing different things. Unserved dir can probably handle both of them. I think that's fine. Okay, let's look here. File server action is this. So served dir, we're gonna want to do. We're gonna want something here. I really should look at the types of this. But in general, to follow the pattern, it's gonna look like interesting. It's gonna look very similar to this. Let's see. Yes, it looks extremely similar. The difference is that what we put here is going to be, instead of claybase.act, it's going to be glob.act, which suggests something to do with the path, which is that serving it's claybase. Shouldn't actually be claybase, it should be an each. And actually not an each. There could be more than two things. It should be a bucksen. Frond, as it were. Okay. No, I think they use resource for something else. It's a good name that means kind of like resource or thing to be served. It could be dinner. Um, Looking on Power Thesaurus, which is the best stream of consciousness thesaurus for this sort of thing. Yeah, source, that's not bad. Um, Resources, funds, resourcefulness, resort, funding, supply. Supply is not that bad. Assets, recourse. Kind of like recourse. Spring, stock, asset, wealth, amenity, fund, stopgap, capital, origin, source of the information, mean, requirements, initiative, device, solutions, talent, root, source of information, where as well, wherewithal. I mean, it's data, but like data to be served. Um, Service. It's not bad. Function. We call that a function. Gates are not functions, but that's a function. Gates are functions, of course, but duty. Okay. Content. Serve. Served content. Content to be served. Data. Binding. Names matter, which is why I do stop and think about them for a little bit. But let me get a sense of what this is. Or technically it imports it from file server, but I'm not going to call it glob file server, so glob serve I could. But it's glob glob. Plus it's kind of fun to say that. Glob glob. Glob cool glob. Glob cool glob. Bu- 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 bu. Content is fine. It kind of is fine for a face, but not really for a type. I mean, served data. I do want to call it supper, but don't think that would be nice. Serving. Portion. Ah, it's not a bad name, but um, like this section of the code is more norm core, and so serves data is fine. It's not good, but it's fine. It's easy to grep and replace. Uh, it's really bad. Even content is better. Just do content. It's generic, not quite as generic as data, but I don't think it's used anywhere nearby, and it'll be fine. Fits with norm core. Okay, so then everything refers to serving is going to need to know how to handle this stuff. So this here, for example, is going to be clay. This. Huh, that's sad. I don't know. That seems reasonable. Way to There's a lot of ways to put that on multiple lines, but I think that's fine. Of course, if I was really, I could do that, and it would all fit on one line. Oh man, that's really tempting. Might just do that. Oh, but then you have to do that, and I think that breaks it anyways. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, right, sorry. Yeah, that breaks it anyways. Okay. It can just be that. Some people don't like it when I do that, but to me it's perfectly clear. We're putting into URL base the rest. Doesn't need a, doesn't, I mean, why, spurious parentheses, why would you add them? I think it's fine. As long as we're consistent about it. Okay. So then, other references to serving. Obviously, we'll need to write a state adapter, but okay. So see there again, I would do that. Uh, on a init, huh? That's interesting. Interesting. Might want to add one there for this stuff, but we're just trying to get it working. We'll integrate it properly with landscape. Another time. Specifically, I don't know if everything in app landscape should go in there. I don't know what's in app landscape. Probably should. Yeah, I think maybe everything should go in there. Although the fact that we download it as one glob instead of as separate globs means you end up downloading the whole everything that's in there, even when you only change a part of it, which isn't ideal. But honestly, JavaScript is probably going to change every time, and JavaScript is 99% of it, literally 98% of it, which is kind of crazy. But okay, could just do that JavaScript directory. Eh. Like the CSS seems like I would have thought that'd be similar, but no, it's like 96 kilobytes of CSS and 10,000 kilobytes of JavaScript. Anyone in the interface team listening, I don't mean that as a criticism of you. I don't mean as criticism really at all. It just surprises me that so much JavaScript is necessary. Okay. Serving that looks correct. Unserved just deletes it, which is fine, and disconnects. That's fine and doesn't depend on the content of it. Okay. Toggle permissions. Uh, If we're just going to crash, what we should do is jab. Let me make sure I remember how this works. I mean, jab's not going to help you either, right? What it is that this is his content. Okay, that's the answer. Yeah, that's a minimal change that works. Let's see. Match clay path, L by serving. First try. Get by serving. What is it trying to produce? Whatever match clay path produces. Let's see if there's anything else that refers to this. That has no issue. Okay, so this is the part that's actually deciding what to serve, which is going to be something interesting to think about, right? Let's see. So get clay path is called from get file. Right, so it shouldn't actually be get clay path. It should be get content. Okay, so here it's get clay path and then operate on it as clay in a fairly um, ad hoc, well, as in a way that's specific to it being clay. So what we actually want to do is here get content path, and that's going to be a unit content, I think. You can see that my usual workflow has like 8 columns, uh, so it doesn't end up with tiny windows like this. But yeah, okay. It's gonna be content and public. Okay, so then there's a part of this that is this, uh, which we can be careful about. Okay, so we can say then this is just say content. It's not content path. It's get content. Okay, so then what's sig content? Otherwise, it's going to be basically a big old what hap. Could factor this into other arms, but maybe not. Hep.u.content. Or you could do it as a what col. Yeah, so does a what col. Meh, it's a what hap. Like really, it's 2 equal cases. Oh, now comes the real question. Do I, uh, for new code that's in the midst of code that has style that would I not have used, I really should do that as much as it looks super weird to me. Oh well. Uniformity is really important for something like that. Okay, so the clay part's going to be this. And then if it's glob, whoa, sorry. Uh, it's going to be this, except uh, okay. That's exciting. Yes, we're overloading the term content, but I think it's fine. Hep.content.u.content. So then here it's hep.path.content.u.content. And here it's lust.u.content. If we're going to give that a name, we should give that a name. Okay. Now I just need to remember where I was. Content.u. Okay. Uh, cool. So then that looks fine. So this means we're now in the case where we have a glob, and it's at glob.content.u.content. It's actually not even hep dot there anymore, I think. Yeah, no. Okay, right, so it's at glob.u.content or something like that. Glob.content.u.content. Uh, and what are we producing again? Producing a simple payload and a publicity. Although we could still have this error essentially by saying um, oh, get clay path is doing something a little bit more complicated. So if we have foo bound, we request foo bar baz. So if we have foo bound to baz, if we have foo bound to bar, and then we request foo baz quux, then get clay path is probably producing bar baz quux. We need to split that up. Let me make sure that's what it's doing, but yeah, we need to split that up. First try is match clay path, otherwise guess by serving. Hmm? Okay, so match clay path says rep by serving. Earl basically. Right, weld clay base onto the suffix. And so we need to do a similar thing. So when we say get content, which maybe we should, what it's actually going to produce is this, where that's the subpath under the given content. And so okay, hip.content.u.content. Okay, so get content, oops, um, which is going to give us, and so we're going to produce content path what? So match clay path says, nah, match clay path is the real one. The rest of this doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, so then wait, gas by Tarket serving. Play this. Okay, so then man, just kept serving, that's exciting. Okay, so then unit path what gives us this, except what we actually have here is content. Out is going to be, huh, rep is reduced basically. So then this is going to be content path that. So if we've already found something, then just produce it. Otherwise, we want to get the suffix. And if there is no suffix on top of Earl base, then just move on, produce null because we still haven't found something. But if there is a suffix, then we want to produce u.suff. We want to produce content and u.suff. Okay, that's actually really straightforward. And public. That's straightforward. Okay, so then get suffix. We need to make sure. Get suffix just looks at paths though. Where did packs come from? Packs. So yeah, I think that works. Yeah, that actually just works. That just looks at paths and just like checks and sees if you can get a suffix from them. Okay, I think that's correct. Match content path. I don't know if it's really a meaningful name anymore. Okay, but supposing that works, then we can come up here and say, this is what we have. So path.content. So what we actually want to do then is say it's weld at this point of path. It's path.content.u.content with path.u.content. That's not confusing at all. I could give it names like subpath. Suffix is not a bad. Suffix is a good name for that. yeah, suffix dot path.content dot u with suffix, and then here we say, no, we haven't written that part yet. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, right. Okay, so then here we're like, okay, if okay, so we do get by glob dot content dot u dot content path or suffix dot u dot content if the fact that this leaks whether or not a file exists is not ideal. Like I think that it does that right here, right? Because it'll give you a not like a 404. I don't know. We do that in a number of places. Shouldn't be fixed right now, but it's worth keeping in mind that it's generally good practice to not leak whether a file exists. This is why, like, if you go to GitHub to some random repo that doesn't exist, it'll be like, "Are you logged in?" Because if you're not logged in, how would you know if it exists? Even if you are logged in, you might not know it exists. Okay. It needs a name and a type, frankly. It's a unit mime. That one, yeah, data is a super generic name, so I don't use it for anything that needs to be specific at all. But, and I don't use it when it's across. So the only time I think it's okay to use data is two cases. One, if it's qualified in something where it's obvious what the data is. For example, the response to an HTTP request. There's metadata about it, and then there's data, and that's it. I don't think we actually use it, but I would be fine using it that way. The other situation is like this, where it's only used for a few lines, similar to the rules for like short variable names in general. Okay, okay. So if no data, then no dice. Specifically, not found gen send.n. Otherwise, we do this with what is a simple payload? Response header. So it's going to be something similar to what we find in here, which comes from is there a MIME response or something? Not really. Eh, we'll just do it raw. Specifically, we'll just give 200 and then, wait, response header, content type, and so then it's going to be p.u.data, I think. Yeah. But that comes as a mite, which we need to then print as this. Should probably do somewhere. Da, 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 da. How do you print something as a path? We have We have functions for this. Printing something with a delimiter. Zip or something. We also think have a method for printing just a path. You know what I can do? I don't know that it's quite kosher. Okay. So if I have a mite and I say this, then I should be able to, I don't know. It's possible this is more fragile than it looks. Well, it's basically this. Might be more fragile than it looks, but should be fine. Just don't put weird stuff in your MIME type and you'll be fine. Okay, it's should be let me make sure I know how to do this for. So it should be grip of that, and that's a change to chord N31, I think. Nope, that appears to be the last item in it. What I actually wanted was RSH31. So right shifted by a byte. Okay, right shift by 1, 2 to the 3 bit block. Rip p.u.data. So yeah, pretty print that. Invoking the pretty printer is like it's a ton of machinery, but I don't know. Surely there's an easier way. I don't care that much about it. Max 1 week. Oh gosh, I don't know what the right cache control is. Should there be cache control? It should probably be somewhere else. I mean, I can inspect it and decide whether I can decide what it should have, or I can say that it should just have max 1 day. Eh, I don't know. That's kind of aggressive. Aggressive is not the right term. Good data. It's that. Um, it's a pet tier? I don't know, it's a pet T. Okay, so content type, that, max 1 day. I'll put a note for let's see if they use capitals in this file or comments whatsoever. Okay, well, I'm not going to look at other files, so I will. My preference generally kind of countercultural in this regard, but I generally would put a capital there. Okay. that looks like a simple response. Let's see. Simple payload is that. Okay, cool. Wait, I'm not going to commit quite yet. Okay. So then serving, we looked up all the references to that, specifically get content, match content path. There's no, there. Okay, so this got that. And then we did actually produce something. Okay, I think that's all the stuff that needed to change. Let me stop and think for a second. Yeah, well, we'll need to obviously make glob, like actually connect app glob to file server. Although we can try it from the command line, but may as well try it from the app. The app works fine. Um, but first I want to actually just run this, make sure landscape still works. Landscape's not going to work directly because um, we booted with dash L, and so none of these, I don't even know if, even file server is not running yet. Okay, let's see if this works. Probably should just start a file server first so it doesn't get into that weird issue. But okay, so 36. Yeah, I definitely should have. Oh well. Gas by serving, you gotta be careful with that, but assuming that should have worked. 36 nest fail list path. Oh, dang it, I got this wrong in a bunch of places. People don't like it when you do this. Used to be you could just do that, I think. But yeah, okay. So the problem is basically that it gets. Honestly, I feel better about it this way, right? Like that feels clearer than putting a bunch more brackets in. Um, I wanted I could put back in the brackets, but I think it's fine. No, yeah, you can never do it like that. It was you used to be able to do like this. Actually, I think you still can, but it's not recommended anymore because that format was deprecated because of the switch to like the curly braces style of syntax, and then we switched back, but didn't ever undeprecate that format. But it still works. I don't know. Some things you just gotta let go. (202) rep by serving. URL base content public. That seems correct. 202 to 207. Ah, content. (172). You're saying you're saying that's not a simple payload? I think. think that should be a list. Yeah, yeah. Oh, hey, it compiled. Okay, so then the fact that, yeah, no, it looks like it compiled. Okay, so now I just want to run it without dash L, so that I get a full landscape. Unfortunately, I only have this terminal set to record, so you won't be able to see me testing landscape, but it'll look just like if you run it on your planet. The other thing while this is compiling that we're going to want to do is go in here and say um, this. Uh, right, so send a file server is just going to be pass serving Scott's NUV cache. That should really be hash.state. It doesn't matter. Arguably, hash.state shouldn't exist because it's just that. That's probably true. I'm not going to change it right now, but I really think it shouldn't exist. Yeah. No, it has to exist because we need to. I mean, it doesn't have to be in state, but it needs to be in like it's saved and sent to load. I think it's cleanest this way. Okay, agent poke or wait, agent our.bool file server. I think I'm remembering this correctly. Honestly, if I'm doing it this way, then I should just like if I'm using these helper functions, I should just use them for everything. Poke file server. Don't really need that because we do have the hashing scope here. I mean, we have the hash scope here too. It's not a bad idea. No, because sometimes we use the one from the old. This is fine. But for poke file server, this is good. Okay, agent our.bool file server. This looks like these, right? Yeah. Cage. Nailed it. Okay. Poke file server our.bool. And this needs to be serve glob don't know where this stuff actually needs to be. It might just be the whole app landscape, or it might be app landscape JS. I could see a number of options, but for the moment, I'll just put it at glob and consult with the interface team. Um, the actual glob is this, and we want it to be not public, but um, for testing, it's more convenient to be able to do this with curl. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. This is finished compiling. They're finished booting. Okay. Before we try and boot glob, I'm going to go to localhost 8080, get a code, log in, and I have a 404, which suggests that file server is not quite working as advertised. Unfortunately, not found is called in a bunch of places. You know what I can do? I can try to crash instead. And that should give me a stack trace. That way I can tell where I'm crashing. For some reason the spinner doesn't work if your terminal's too narrow. I'm surprised it's taking as long as it is. Oh, we changed the server and much stuff. Depends on that. Okay. Internal server error. It's saying file server 148. Saying this one. Saying we got nothing from get content. Well, that's not right. I don't know what it's supposed to get. Because it really does look like on init is supposed to set up the stuff that goes into landscape. Well, let's start printing stuff out, right? Let's sigpam request line. Apparently, I don't know what a request line is. Index.html and ICO. So where's index.html supposed to come from? It's supposed to come from landscape, right? ls package article app landscape index.html. Oh, but it's not there, right? It's goes here, or like it should be this one, and so it should be guessed by match content path at this. So it should have matched that, and it didn't, I think, right? print out the arguments to this. Let's do that as with a real terminal. Okay, so we start by trying index HTML. With that, don't find anything. That sounds right. Because, so a lot of these do set up their own URL base. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And they all come in with the correct looking contents. And then we try it on what? URL base is Faz Clay. That is wrong. It's a general principle there, which is it's usually a lot easier to see something wrong when you look at it as data, not as the code that's trying to do the right thing. Because sure, the code does the wrong thing, but the person who wrote that was trying to do the right thing. The person who, like the thing that printed out a printf was about to do the wrong thing, and so that's the one that's more likely to show an obvious error like that. Oh, hey, index.html serves fine. Nice. And go like chat, seems to work fine. Make a chat. Yep. I have the favicon, I have everything. Cool. Okay, so with that working, next step is to see if we can get glob putting stuff at Faz glob. Although I don't want to break the pattern. So, okay, let's start glob. Probably have a few errors. Wasn't expecting that one to be an error. 128. What? Oh, wow. I didn't realize that that was a rule. Oh, I mean, I guess it's not that surprising. Okay, 20. Poke. Did poke file server get actually filled in? Yeah. So 128. Nest fail because this is not a cage. The cage is file server action followed by this, which is long, so we will use a send less. Faz would be a reasonable option as well. Even a send cat would be a reasonable option. But I think this is clearest. I don't know. Loading glob. Right, so that should compile and run and then download, and then we got a strange on agent. Ah, yes, of course we got a strange on agent because we poked something and presumably got a positive response. So now the question is, if we curl localhost 8080 glob, we didn't get a response, but I tried. Try it from the browser, make sure it's not something weird with headers. Well, I actually would expect a 404 because nothing at glob. There should be something at glob, glob landscape JS, for example. What about that? It works in the browser. I don't know what's wrong with curl. What if I wget? Ah, that's exciting. But isn't that a? Is this not a 404? That's weird. Oh, it's giving me a login page. Oh, public PAM. I had that backwards. That's why it works in the browser. Oh, that's weird. It looks like it. Maybe it did load it. Well, I wasn't watching. Uh, but it wouldn't have, uh, it wouldn't have recreated with the right. Oh, it probably needs to unserve the directory too. Maybe. No, it probably just overwrites it. Let's try kicking it. URL already bound. That's right. So we do need to unserve. We'll try again after we fix that bug. So the issue is that basically we want to unserve. I think we can just unserve uh, unconditionally, although we might want to check in air whether if you disconnect something that's not. Okay, so remove binding. It just says skip any of them that are equal, but it's not going to complain if you remove something that wasn't there in the first place. So we should be able to just say in on init, in onload, uh, we really shouldn't need it in on init, but why not? It's going to be something that looks like poke files. It's going to be something that looks like this. Hopefully we do it in one line. Let's see. Nope. So close. Where did that go? Oh, oh well. Okay. Okay. I'm not convinced yet that this is actually getting reloaded. Yeah, see, it's not. Or, well, sorry, let me put it here because the hash is not changing. I wouldn't expect it to show up there. Yeah, see, it's not. There's some kind of crash that's really causing a problem. Gonna need to look into that. I'm running out of gas, so I don't think I can do that right now. But in the meantime, strange on agent. Okay, so if what we should do is uh, what do we call it? Poke file server gets serving. If it's this, then I think we should do the default, which is to say nothing if unless there's an error, in which case print it out and probably crash maybe. Uh, no, it doesn't even crash. It's probably fine. I think it's fine. Okay. In future, I should probably break up a session like this into like 2 or 3 sessions, or at least find out how to pause this thing. Um, oh well, we're very, very close. We're not going to build the utility to create the glob yet. Um, we'll be happy enough if glob will just automatically download something and pass it a file server to serve. I think also, by the way, that this boot process is going slow, basically because um, I mean, compiling is usually a slow part of it, but it's also that the way that we build stuff in Gall is we basically scry the built thing out of clay. But the problem is that because clay, and we also send a warp to clay to say, I'm listening to this, even though we don't actually uh, read the results from the responses. Um, we want clay to know that we're listening. Well, for one thing, we use the answer to say to trigger a reload, and for another thing, we want clay to know that we're listening, so that when so basically it'll eagerly try to recompile all that stuff when you commit something, and then it'll be in its cache, and we can just scry it out. And scry it out of the cache is very fast. But the problem is that here we don't have a cache because we're just scrying it directly, which wouldn't be that big of a deal because maybe we compile it twice because we compile it once for the scry and then we send the warp and it compiles it again. Scry can't update the cache because the scry is referent or it can't have effects and it can't change state. Um, but the problem here basically is that because we start out with a scry with an empty cache, we end up building all these things, and in particular, not only do we build them twice, there are libraries and other like sub builds of these. Lots of things include the file server library or SIR or chat store or whatever. And normally you get all those cached. Once you build up the first one, it's cached for all the rest of them. But since we can't store our cache, we end up rebuilding each of those libraries every time they get used, and so that's what makes it significantly worse than twice as long as just compiling everything, um, because some things can get compiled many times. That like the answer to that is basically that we should somehow send a warp first before we do that initial scry. Get around to it sometime. Regardless, make sure that landscape works. You're gonna need a new session. Actually, I think I'll need a new session. Yeah. Okay, that's working. Then let's start glob. Huh, still got a strange on agent. Maybe I didn't compile. Oh, I didn't commit the changes to that change to glob. I don't know if the other parts are there. Okay, the curl thing should work, right? Or not. Uh, Try it from a. Oh, I might have just not committed anything. No, it says it's public now, but it's not acting public, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, like it says it's public, but I actually don't think it is. Wait, sorry, glob landscape.js. Yeah, okay, so I see it in the browser. Doesn't work here. Try an incognito, make sure that that's enough to trigger the issue. No, it works in incognito mode. It doesn't, it just doesn't like, what? Yeah, when I look up exactly that in a web browser, it just says my JavaScript. But when I do it with wget, it complains. My guess is that there's something, I mean, I don't think it's looking at literally, oh. Ha! It's getting saved to landscape.js, that's 6. Okay, rmrf landscape.js tar. Uh, Maybe not rf. Okay, there we are. I wonder if curl works now. Yeah, curl works too. Beautiful. Let's look at that CSS one. I think it was here. No, I don't know where I put it. Assets, landscape, CSS. This shouldn't be an internal server error. It should be a 404. Had that frozen. I think I saw it. Yeah, there. Cool. Yeah, why is that an internal server error? That's the view source, which is not what I want. It's possible that because I'm not logged in here, that it doesn't give me the error. That would be reasonable. Yeah. It only gives you the error when you're logged in. That's nice. Um, okay, 172 of file server. It's not found, but it's right, because I put this in. It's actually just a 404. I'm not even sure I've committed on this ship yet. We'll see. The last thing I want to try is make sure that if I change it, it works. Okay, cool. So then now, yeah, it gives a 404. Or if you look for something that's not there, then it gives you a 404. But this doesn't. I think wget would actually show it. I think -I. That's interesting. It just decides to give us a login. Not crazy. It's actually probably the right choice. Maybe it doesn't leak. whether or not something exists. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, so if you're not logged in, then it looks like it turns 404s into uh, login requests, or like into redirects the login, which is nice, very nice. So it doesn't leak that. That's good. Okay, then that's all working. Last question is if we update this, does it all work? Now, we might run into a cache, of course, because we cached it for a day, but everything else should work. Let's do this. See what happens. Uh, if we take that and we'll upload it to, so we need to, no, that's weird. Oh, we don't really need to cast it because with on this ship I haven't loaded um, glob like sir glob into G. Okay, data sham data. Gonna need that for a couple things specifically. Uh, I'll just do this for now. Is this where I had it? Move, yeah, yeah. That. Cool, cool, cool. And then we'll go upload that. 33. Okay, and so then now, so the way this upgrade process should work is I should just be able to put this in here. And that should just work. It downloaded something that seems to have my scripts. Hash checks out. So now I should be able to go to that curl command for the JS. And bam, there it is. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's great. Okay, let me just real quick turn this into an assertion. A or yeah, so we're going to assert that a hash.state is the same as sham glob. If not, then we want to say uh, can do mean. Maybe mean's the right answer. Try to find a way to write this that's clean. Sorry, it's not tapes here. It's tanks. Got his sham glob. think that's the signature for me. Okay, so then let's test that case real quick. And if that's good, then we'll just clean it. Let's um, take the old one and overwrite this. They're the same file. They're the same picture. Okay. That should be good. Now let's upload that. Overwrite. Hopefully it doesn't run into a cache. And then I'll kick it. Hash on this side didn't change, so. There we are. Glob, hash doesn't match. And it did in fact crash, which is what you really want it to do. In fact, since it crashed, I would expect that timer to go off, which is something that we didn't really check. I would expect this timer to go off. Let's see. Probably needs a better error message than that. But let's see. Wait. I don't know why it printed glob. Um, Dang it. What's happening here? Glob send kick is saying that we get a fact. Pocac. Go to air. Connect. It's saying it's just working. Let me make sure there's not like some local cache for that. It's possible that there's a cache on the other side. Whoa. Yeah, okay, there. So that crashed, but if we look at lost timers, we see that there's actually a bunch of timers outstanding, but those other ones are probably 30 minutes, whereas this one should show up in about 15 seconds. Turn on verb, why not? The timer went off, but why didn't the timer going off do anything? Uh, we apparently what weren't in the middle of something. I mean, we were though. Right, so this will go off in a little bit. The heartbeat will hit once or twice before then. Wake 1 is where we ended up at, which is that it did not appear to be in a pending state. Very strange. So if I run this, then why is it not in a pending state? It's not in a pending state because, wait, so glob. It's not a pending state because we're using kick. And kick is not actually resetting. Wait, so on load. Right, so on load doesn't read much out of our state, but it also doesn't reset it, and it should. Basically, what we want is for on load to say, okay, because on init's not gonna, or on init will try to do something. On init we'll set it to that, which if we got there, okay, cool glob, let's debug, send state, hep. It just got zeroed out? Why did it get zeroed out? So what did I? Okay. So at this point, glob is null for some reason. Honestly, it doesn't need to crash. It could just. But by on Arvo, if it is null, mm, wait, that's not right. We don't even use that. So what we want to do is say, right, so basically, what we want to do is say either, uh, either it's null or that. It's basically, okay, here we are. If it's this, then we don't want to do anything because we're good. There's nothing to remember. If it's not, then what we want to say is if this is equal to, what I want to say is basically either yeah, it really is. I don't think there's a simpler way to say this really than to say either um, fig glob.state. If we cleared our glob.state, then that means that yes, we need to work on this. Okay, I think that'll work. Did in fact crash. And so in a few seconds, um, 30 seconds is too many seconds. Oh, although let me try. Right, yeah, that's what I expect it to be. 15 seconds. So try it again. Great. Perfect. Yeah, that's what it should do is retry, because like eventually, like either it was spiritually corrupted or eventually I mean, whatever happened, you just want to get it eventually. Plus, it's a test of our general retrying. Okay, more testing should be done, but that gives us pretty close to, we've run almost every line here. We'll put this to private. That's done. What else is getting printed out? Okay, let me. I'll just put the old hash back so that thing stops crashing. That one should match. Cool. And then now if I run curl, but now it's private, so if I just do it in a web browser, then it works. Beautiful. Okay. Get rid of that sig pan. I was something's printing out glob test. There we are. Okay. Then now, there's also something in file server that's printing out rltiz. See, it's so much easier if you can just grep a tag. Okay. Cool. That seems to work. The diff is not too bad. File server gets a few changes. Nothing real significant. This area it gets refactored a little bit. That seems reasonable. Strandio gets a little upgrade. We need to add glob. My tab completion, I think, is doing something like over the internet or something, and so it takes forever in some contexts, which is really stupid. Oh, there we are. And also app. So that added these two, which look basically reasonable. All right. Ends up being probably maybe around 200 lines if you include the thread and the library and the additions to file server. Not too bad. Not too bad for a basic CDN. Lots of things to improve, but it works. Not literals, really. It works. It does retry, but only the top level. Should retry in thread. Yeah. Okay. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Let's see. Yeah. So that took a little while. Took 4 hours 40 minutes. It says that's not too bad. I like that. I mean, I had the specs set out ahead of time, and there's a reasonable template for like it's similar to another app in a lot of the plumbing. Um, but like, I mean, that's not like that lucky. It's like it runs a thread. That we have another app that runs the thread, and in general, like runs a thread and tries to make sure that it never falls over, or like that it never gets stuck. That's a really general piece of functionality, and so it's not surprising that you'd be able to copy that. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I think this will make a big difference in terms of our ability to push out JavaScript updates because the over the like as far as what goes into Clay and what goes over the wire, it'll be like a kilobyte, couple kilobytes. Remember, it's a kilobyte per packet. Technically, right now, because for spurious reasons, we're not sending diffs of Hoon files of new changes to Hoon files. Um, it'll be the size of app glob, which is because that's the file that would have to change. So 4.2 kilobytes, so 5 packets. That's like that. You're not going to even notice that. Um, cool. It'll be nice. Like we'll want to, yeah, have more utilities to make it easier to upload these versions and so on. But yeah, that's uh, that's an app and a thread and some changes to another app that really should make a big difference. All right. Um, let me know if you have questions or recommendations, or if you see a bug or whatever. Um, Easiest way to contact me is to DM me on Urbit. I'm WickDevWisright. Uh, but any other way you can contact me, I'll probably see it. You can also just post in the development channel of Urbit community. Okay, cool. Then I will sign off. See you guys next time.